Hello everyone, welcome back to the second day of our blizzard here in Iowa. It is January 13th, 2024. We are currently in Des Moines and we'll be heading out to the countryside, checking out some of the worst roads here in the central and in the direction of the west part of the state. Most of the actual snowfall has ended so far. Sorry, this compacted snow is a bit slippery even for these snow tires. So, hello. Well, welcome to the stream. As always, if you're leaving a comment, I will do my best to respond. However, it can be difficult just kind of keeping an eye on things on this tiny little screen above me here. Welcome from France. So we are in the northwest part of Des Moines right now, and we'll be making our way west of the city here. Current time is 12:50 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we are at a balmy 4 degrees Fahrenheit, which I'm going to estimate is negative 10 or 11 Celsius. Maybe colder than that. Main hazard for today is going to be the wind, causing some blowing and drifting snow. You might catch the flags over here on the right, fairly stiff out of the northwest. More west than north, I'd say. Temperatures making it difficult to get the snow off the road. It's going to be a few days before we warm up enough. Probably not until Wednesday, where we'll get to a high of about 21. Cold is going to be the main story here for the next few days in Iowa. Wind chills, really, I'd say probably starting this evening through Monday, could be as low as negative 45 in places, negative 25 to 35, very common. Not the type of weather anyone needs to find themselves exposed to. And you can probably tell, looking past the stoplights there, is a lot of blowing snow. And this, mind you, is in town. Once we get out into the country, I have a feeling we're going to see quite the show. you're new to the channel, my name's Clarence Smith. Been native to the state of Iowa here my whole life. Well, there were 9 months when I was 5 that we lived in Ohio, but basically lifelong Iowan and long-time storm chaser. This is only my second season covering winter weather on this channel. Primarily I chase thunderstorms, tornadoes, whatnot during the warm season. And I've been doing that for over 20 years. Another request to go to Waverly. I don't want to quite go that far today. Also, I looked at the Iowa DOT map and they were saying that roads were partially covered up there. So we're gonna go take a look where things are the worst, I guess you could say. There are a few highways throughout southern Iowa, southeast Iowa, western Iowa, basically the southern third or 2/3 where highways, just want to make sure you guys understand this is highways we're talking about that are impassable. And look at this. This is looking into Urbandale, Iowa. Nowhere near the outskirts of town. And visibility is less than a mile. So, and this is all from blowing snow. Nothing's actively falling. Nothing against Waverly. It's just, it's not where the worst weather is today. I also have to be back by supper time, because today so happens to be my birthday, and we're gonna go out for steak and baked potato and some seasoned rice. Assuming they're open. Guess we'll find out. Sun has been trying to peek through here and there the last couple hours, and if it weren't for this blowing snow, we might actually be seeing hints of blue here and there, but largely shades of gray and white. Oh, hey Matt, how's it going? Thank you. Matt and I used to work together at a fruit company, selling fruit to local Iowans. Pretty good business to be in. Matt actually captured something pretty cool last year. He saw a replica of the Twister Dorothy and red Dodge Ram drive through here in Des Moines. Sent it to me, and I passed it on to social media, and a lot of people have liked it, really enjoyed it. So that must have been a cool experience, seeing that out of the blue. Yeah, I imagine we'll see some pretty deep drifts. I won't venture far off the main hard surface roads. I don't want to find myself stuck in these conditions. But we may take a peek down a few, get an idea of what this wind can do. I mean, we're on a major intersection right here. Gets frequented by plows, and probably has been all night, and still snow's covering the road completely in places. As I mentioned, it's so cold. Once it gets packed down in there, it's probably pretty hard to get back off, and it's not going to melt anytime soon. The Arctic Circle has come to Iowa. Hopefully everyone's gotten their driveway cleared for the most part before this really bitter cold and wind comes into play. National Weather Service is forecasting really the strongest winds starting here about an hour ago through 6 this evening, but it's still not going to let up for quite a while, and I think it should last into, well, this is strange. How did that happen? That's weird. Somehow that Jeep found itself all the way up into the snowbank. I am on Douglas Avenue in Urbandale, Iowa, northwest part of the metro. And my plan is to head on out past Grimes, Highway 44 for the most part, and 141 actually. I've been showing travel not advised or impassable. Those are both east-west roads, so we had, I don't know if it's still closed, but parts of Interstate 80 between Oxford and Tiffin, Iowa closed this morning. little bit of snow was falling here in the metro about an hour ago. Looks like it has cleared out, but will probably be making its way north and east. I was out yesterday for about 4 hours, and I'd say already today's looking worse, even though it's not actively snowing. Pretty sure this guy ahead of us has had a really busy week. I believe the Des Moines airport this week has gotten 22 inches of snow between essentially two big storms and a smaller amount in between on Wednesday. As always, feel free to ask questions, comment away. If I can't answer, maybe someone else in the chat can answer for me. We have viewers from here in Iowa and France already. Well, yesterday we had quite a few from Washington State and Illinois. We'll be very shortly in some more wide open country, northwest side of Urbandale, Iowa. And this has all the makings of a ground blizzard, as the title states. Do my best to keep the horizon level for all of you, but the bumpy road, sometimes it's hard with this mount. But yeah, look at that. Look at that blowing snow. I don't know if you guys can make out, probably half a mile ahead of us, there's a large warehouse on the right-hand side. Actually, there's another one being built on the left-hand side. it's pretty well obscured. Riding in 4 high in case we do encounter one of those high drifts here. Yesterday I was seeing snow lofted 35 feet in the air. I'm going to guess we're in the 50, 70, 100 foot range. And this is right on the edge of town. There are fields to our left and warehouses to our right. This is considerably worse than yesterday. Snow reports were kind of difficult and all over the place because of the blowing snow. I saw everywhere from 6 to 10.5 inches. Can't go that way. So I'm going to say, I don't know what the Des Moines Airport, can't speak today. Don't know what the Des Moines Airport finally came up with for a total. I'm going to have to assume we got at least 6 inches around here, perhaps up to 8. And the truck says we're -1 now. It's probably a little bit of a factor getting out here, out of the city, but cold air is sweeping in out of the northwest. The actual storm center, the low pressure that brought us all this snow and blowing, is actually way out, I think, over Pennsylvania, New York now, so I know some folks like to watch on this stream for hours on end, but the average viewer is only on for about 5 minutes. So I do apologize for those who kind of hear me repeat myself. Yeah, that road is completely shut. I would have stopped, but there's a line of cars behind me. I'm certain this road's only clear because of all the residential homes out this direction. All this new construction that's been added really in the last 5 years. Maybe a little longer than that, but definitely the outskirts of Des Moines is largely brand new. Some of the fastest growing places in the entire country in Waukee and Ankeny, Iowa, and Grimes as well. We are on 260th Street, in case you're wondering. It's hard to say how far we can actually make it out into the country with these snow drifts. I have a fairly well-equipped vehicle, but still pretty hard to drive through 3 feet of very well-packed snow. Once again, appreciate all the likes. That helps introduce this video to more people on YouTube. And have a personal goal to reach 2,000 subscribers before severe weather season kicks in. So I appreciate subscribing, but only if you enjoy the content and want to see more severe weather and even some discussion on photography. So oh, Papa John's out delivering. See, the right lane's basically been half covered through most of this road here. Plowing's probably benefits are short-lived. Sun is doing its best to peek through, but it's like a thick layer of fog. Boy, I really can't talk today. It's like a thick layer of fog getting in the way. Location, we are on the extreme northwest extent of Urbandale, which is a suburb of Des Moines. We may technically now be in Waukee. think I went through Runnels the first time this last April while storm chasing. I was actually on my way to capture this rope tornado between Knoxville and Pleasantville. Otherwise, I hadn't really been through yet. Runnels, for those who don't know, is on the southeast side of Des Moines. I should have brought my camera with me. There's some pretty cool sights out here with the fog-like atmosphere that the snow's creating around some of these trees. Can make for some good photographs. But it is cold out there, folks. Yeah, we're on a north-south road. It's not quite as bad, and I think it's going to get worse. Not to downplay what's happening in southeast Iowa. That's where we have a lot of highways that are not passable and travel's not advised. So we'll be turning west on Highway 44 here. Hello, Singapore. Thanks for tuning in. This is probably a whole nother planet for you. This might as well be Hoth, for those who know Star Wars. In case you're just joining, we are heading towards Dallas Center on Highway 44. And this is near where we have some impassable roads just to our north on 141. I don't know if that's been resolved, but that was the status on the DOT map before I left. Got a lot of blowing, drifting snow, but no drifts on the road so far. This would be a nightmare to drive on at night. I find this type of weather, when you're limited to your headlights, to be very disoriented. mostly pickup trucks like myself on the road right now. We'll say the added ride height is nice. Too bad for the farmers. The wind strips their fields of all this moisture and ends up in the ditch. Well, we're up over 200 viewers. Thank you everyone for joining. My name's Clarence Smith, Storm Chaser, lifelong Iowan, and we're out covering this ground blizzard, which in all honesty is looking a lot worse than it did yesterday. Cars checking on that pickup that went in the ditch there. Not sure if he got pulled in by a drift or if he was messing around or what was going on there. Tow bans are in effect, so if you do find your way in the ditch, you're not going to get pulled out for probably a few days. Looks like we have a DOT plow up ahead, maybe a county plow. That pickup looks like it's been there a little while. Probably got disoriented and lost track of the road. Guess we're not behind plows, we're behind a convoy of dump trucks. Still working on a Saturday. In a blizzard. If anyone needs to get a hold of me for media usage, you can visit my website, clarencewlsmith.com, and under the contact there will be information there. Take it slow through here. There's an actual snowplow up ahead, not the skid steer there on the right. Sorry, left. If you know anyone in the state of Iowa that needs a reason not to travel, maybe share this link with them. Looks like the Dollar General store is closed. Nobody's home. So we're right on the outskirts of Dallas Center. Northwest of Des Moines. And just a reminder, hitting the like button gets this video in front of more like-minded viewers on YouTube, so I appreciate it. Yeah, from Louisiana, this is, if you haven't experienced it before, probably a real shock to the system. Especially the cold. That's one thing I can't really convey to you folks watching from outside the Midwest. We're practically, I don't know if you guys can make it out here, but I'm just fortunate enough to be behind this snowplow. This center median here is probably a foot deep. Some of that's probably from his plow, but still. Yeah, winds are supposed to peak gust pretty close to 40 miles per hour. Probably in the, for this area, 3 to 5 o'clock hour. Truck says we're at -4 now. So when I left home, it was +4. In case you're just joining, we are driving through Dallas Center, Iowa. We are on the southern edge of a blizzard warning. We don't have any actively snowing fall. It's all blowing, getting picked up, carried, and drifted. But these guys are going to turn around and go back the other way. Plow the eastbound side. We got 2 to 3 foot drifts here on the right hand side. Greetings and salutations to you as well this very fine Saturday. You aren't getting through this if you aren't in a very capable vehicle. Those are some very deep drifts right there. And it's not soft snow either. When it gets layered on layer by layer with this wind, it actually gets pretty hard. Plus you have topsoil mixed in there. That's what all that black stuff is, if you can make it out on the stream. For the sake of those who maybe watch this after it's posted, time is 1:38. Oh boy. There's some very deep drifts there. Try to get more of the road in view here for you. Right now is about one of the only times you can look at the sun with a naked eye. I don't recommend you try it, but there is so much snow in the air that everything is just being obscured. It's got to be lofted up over 100 feet by now. And if you're just joining, we are on Highway 44 going northwest of Des Moines. and we are just now encountering the worst drifts so far on this stream. I do have snow tires equipped, but I've found that so far today they've been a little less effective with the cold weather compared to yesterday. They aren't gripping just quite as well. All right, let's head north a little bit. We'll see what those roads bring. We'll be heading towards 141. Right now we just turned on to 169. And the DOT map did have 141 as impassable, basically from where we are going to end up points west. So we'll see if that is still the truth. Looks like our viewers have jumped up here quite a bit. Welcome. My name's Clarence Smith, lifelong Iowan and storm chaser, and we are out covering this ground blizzard here in central Iowa. See that power or telephone line really whipping there. There's a little snow devil going on. Field to my left. It's fun to see. Holy cow, that guy has a lot of lawnmowers. It's like a lawnmower graveyard. Believe it or not, I actually get more nervous out covering this winter weather than I do tornadoes. Mostly the fear of getting stranded and having to face potential exposure for a long time. But I think roads are decent enough that if such a scenario happened, it wouldn't be long before somebody came along. But I do come prepared with plenty of ways to stay warm, melt water for drinking beyond what I bring with me. I got a little bit of food, so flashlight, tools, traction boards, recovery rope, trying to mitigate risk as much as possible. Here you can really see it blown across. The camera never does it quite justice. It has a little better contrast than what the naked eye sees. Show you guys something real quick. That one's behind me. I don't know if you can make out. It's a long ways away, I guess, on this camera, but there's some very high drifts blowing up on that house there. This house too probably has 3-foot drifts. Probably coming up close to my hip. Welcome to everyone joining the stream today, January 13th. Just so happens to be my birthday. So thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you. Yeah, look at this telephone line. It's like Galloping Gurney. This is Minburn coming up here, small town. Thank you for all the birthday wishes, appreciate it. Welcome our United Kingdom viewers. There's a snowblower for you. Look at the size of that one. They come bigger than that still, but not the little Toro you get out your garage every snowfall. As you can see, we are on 169 North. Yeah, I'm not too far away from Jamaica, Iowa. Yeah, this probably isn't too exciting for those up in Canada. Should be watching a beach stream or something like that. Maybe some desert sand dunes instead of these snow drifts. We're down to -5. Just keeps on falling. Hello, Virginia. Hopefully yesterday wasn't too bad like it was earlier in the week. I know there's some concern for tornadoes down south, but I looked at the weather reports and it looks like there were just some gusty wind reports for Mississippi, maybe Alabama, Arkansas. So here's pretty much whiteout conditions. See the left lane's pretty well drifted over in places. Yeah, you're probably getting on the backside of that low pressure in Virginia. I'm not exactly sure where the low is located right now, but I'm going to guess you're getting winds out of the northwest, maybe west. This was a very strong low pressure as far as storms go. Visibility is just maybe 100 feet right now. 200 feet. Taking it slow, always checking the rear view for folks coming up behind me. Yeah, hello, Arkansas. I'm with you. I absolutely hate ice. You will never see me out covering any ice. I know Reed Timmer did it down in Texas last year, and I was nervous just watching him. That's exactly right. Iowa, I argue, is perhaps home to the most extreme weather in the world. We can get down, what is our record low? I want to say -35, 38. We can get up to 114 degrees in the summer. Intense snowfall, blizzards, inland hurricanes, basically what derechos can be. And of course, my personal affinity for tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, softball-sized hail, drought. I'm sure back in the day we had infestations of locusts. But Dust Bowl. So that's an interesting place to live, considering we don't have a lot of man-made activities, professional sports teams and the like. So if you like weather, consider moving to Iowa. It's kind of strange about these drifts. It can be very hit or miss. You know, looks relatively good like where we're at now, and then a quarter mile later it's just layering one lane of the road. Yeah, look at the size of these snow drifts. Here in the ditch, they are probably up to my chest. Perhaps deeper if you consider how deep the ditch is dug. I'm just gonna stop here and give you a no, that's not the best example. We'll try to find a better one. Just gonna try to find a snowdrift we could stop and examine for a bit. This is kind of interesting. We have these high power lines extending back. And with the naked eye, I can probably see maybe a mile. And that's not at the ground level, that's high up. At the ground level, it's probably a third of a mile. Well, we're up over 600 viewers now. Welcome, everyone. My name's Clarence Smith, and we are out in Dallas County, just to the northwest of Des Moines by about 30 minutes. Got some very strong northwest winds blowing and drifting. About 6 inches of powdery snow we got yesterday, 6 to 8 inches, and that's only after the basically what would have been around here 6 to 10 that we got earlier in the week. So there's a lot of snowy material for this wind to work with, blow around and cause havoc. Snow is not actively falling anymore, but we are nonetheless under a blizzard warning basically from Des Moines north and west. If you make a triangle for the northwest quarter of the state. We are going to get on 141 here, which last I saw was noted as impassable. So do not try this at home. We'll see what the conditions are now. Yeah, hello in New Zealand. Getting awfully close to whiteout conditions here. And yes, there are some drifts. I'm going to take my time. We'll be getting into Perry, Iowa, which, if you may have heard, had a very unfortunate incident with a school shooting. It's very unfortunate and sad to hear. That's a good question. I'm not sure how this is going to impact the caucuses, which will be on Monday for the Republican Party. I think the blowing and drifting snow will be mostly over and roads will probably be clear, but man, it is going to be cold. So I think only probably the most impassioned caucus goers will be making that trip. We'll be entering Perry here very soon. It's the west side of Perry I'm interested in. That gets very flat and wide open, like the around Jamaica and whatnot. Brand new Casey's opening there. Fellas are hard at work inside. These flags are very stiff out of the northwest. I wish you guys could get a real sense for how white the road looks. It doesn't convey as well on video. The road looks a lot darker than it is in real life. If this is your first time visiting the channel, my name is Clarence Smith, Storm Chaser and native Iowan. I like to get out and do live streams of our winter weather, and I do primarily edited video of severe weather, tornadoes and whatnot, just because cell coverage is too unreliable and a nuisance to deal with when you're chasing tornadoes. So I know some chasers spend a lot of money and technology trying to get a better stream, but even they have a hard time in the remote parts that storm chasing takes us. And yeah, just consider a subscription if you're interested. definitely hit the like button. That way those who may find this video of interest, YouTube is more likely to show in their feeds. So trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. So any help there is appreciated. Again, we are on the south side of Perry, Iowa, Highway 141 going west. Carroll, Iowa, which is still another 30-40 minutes from here, was expected to have some of the strongest winds about now. So I'm curious how this highway is going to look once we get past the trees and the windbreak caused by the Raccoon River. That's just up ahead of here. Feel free to ask questions, make comments. I can't catch them all, especially when having to pay attention with the road and working with a small monitor here, but I will do my best, and if not, perhaps someone else can answer your questions. I'd also like, for posterity's sake, to hear where everyone's from. We've had viewers from France, pretty much the whole gambit of the United States, Canada. Usually I hear from someone in Germany or Brazil. I don't think I've caught that here yet. Looks like we got viewers from Las Vegas, Kansas City, New Jersey. Oh, they're all pouring in now. It's hard to keep up. Iowa City, Vegas, if I said that. Northern Minnesota, Arkansas, and Winterset, Iowa, which is just about a county south of me here. Florida, Ames, Iowa, Indiana. Netherlands. That's pretty far. I think the Middle East or China's, Australia is the only place further. Some nice frosted pines there on the right. Don't have a whole lot of those in Iowa. All right, we're getting out of that natural snow break. So we'll see what we have coming up here. Quite certain the airport's closed. Oh man, I couldn't imagine even attempting a small plane in this weather. Long Island, New York, I bet it is windy there. Probably choppy seas for sure. Brunswick, Canada. A viewer there from Mexico, watching safely and warmly from someplace outside the newly expanded Arctic Circle. Anchorage, Alaska. I'm just going to take a hunch that it is warmer there than it is here. That's usually what happens whenever we get these big bombing cyclones. Brings the cold air down to the states, lower states, and Canada's usually on a bit of a trough, a little bit warmer temperature. So it's currently -6 where I'm at. Currently I am west of Perry, Iowa, basically west central, you could say. It's quite interesting how the tides have changed. Our December was incredibly warm. Basically every day was in the 30s or warmer. And in all the years I've been alive, I cannot remember having a rainy Christmas, which we did have. To slow down for these. Some pretty big drifts here. Thank you, JC. I will do my best. Definitely easing along here on the highway. We're right around 40 miles per hour, and as I see a drift, I slow down. These drifts are, as I mentioned earlier, pretty hard, very packed in snow. Each little grain by grain gets layered in. I think the plows have probably been helping. This area was previously noted as impassable. That was this morning, so obviously they've had some time to make things better. Nah, 16 degrees currently in Anchorage. That, of course, is Fahrenheit. And 90 inches of snow so far this season. It's a far cry from about the 23 we've had, maybe 24. Well, it looks like I'm on my own here for a little bit. I don't see anyone behind me and nobody in front of me. And we are in a very flat area. No real natural wind breaks. am currently probably 40 minutes from home on a normal day. I did not block the front of my radiator. I did make sure it was clear before leaving. Where do deer go when it's a blizzard? Pretty sure they hunker down, probably in a tree line, someplace out of the wind. I'm not a hunter or wildlife expert, but that would be my assumption. Deers have places where they like to bed down. I assume they return to the same area every night. Or day, I should say. United Kingdom wants some snow, do they? I've been watching some YouTube channels and have seen you've had quite a bit of rain. There's some landscape photographers there that I like to watch. Well, thank you for the birthday wishes. Happy to be spending it with all of you out here, documenting Iowa's extreme weather. It's actually quite beautiful out here. We have a very hazy sun with some iridescent colors being blocked out by probably a few hundred feet of snow that's being lofted up into the atmosphere. You can probably hear the wind on my side door. And just an overall misty quality to the landscape. Some 2 or 3 foot drifts there. Have watched Game of Thrones, the Night's Watch there on the north wall. That's what it kind of looks like right now. Any minute, the Night King and his horde's gonna come out of the no view horizon. Got a semi truck behind me now. It's probably a little annoyed with me. Not going fast enough for him. Oh man, right here is about the worst I've seen. In terms of whiteout conditions. This is probably that peak wind National Weather Service was forecasting. And I would not like to be oncoming with that semi and all the snow that it kicks up and blows around the back of its trailer. That would not be a fun experience, especially in that same moment you were running into a snowdrift. I wish I could better convey to you exactly how this looks in real life, because the camera just isn't doing it justice, and how white everything is. I am currently near a very small town of Jamaica, and we are on Highway 141 going west. I think the next little town with a rest stop would be Bayard. Temperature's down to -8 now. Wind chills probably in the neighborhood of -30 or worse. I appreciate all the folks who have just joined. We are close to 900 viewers now. Hope you're enjoying the views and commentary, comments, and whatnot. This would be impossible at night. Just absolutely awful. Which sunset is in 2.5 hours. It's just after 5 o'clock. Alright, I am gonna go straight here and let the semi get ahead of me. yeah, thanks for the support. By any means, whether it's sharing this channel, liking, subscribing, we got super thanks if you feel like making a donation. I know a lot of storm chasers really try to peddle that. It's not really my style, but I won't decline any donations. Now this is a very tricky spot. Trying to look back over my shoulder here because we have a Y intersection where two highways are essentially meeting. So we're gonna put the hazards back on and start to get some speed and hope no one's coming. Some intense drifting snow and blowing snow right here. Very interesting how you can be total whiteout conditions and a quarter mile later very clear and then right back to it. Someone reporting in with negative 17 wind chill in the comments. That's with a temperature of 3 degrees, so yeah, we're probably in the negative 30 range where I'm at now. Which is very similar. My first blizzard I covered was right before Christmas 2022, so last season, and I was really stupid. I went out at night and the handheld anemometer I had was showing briefly negative 40 degree wind chill, which I believe Sunday or Sunday night, parts of Iowa could see wind chills of negative 45. And that is deadly. Even less than that is deadly. Just exposing my fingertips for about 25-30 seconds, I thought I had frostbite. I had tingling in a couple of my fingers that lasted like, I don't know, 3-4 hours after that. So if you ever are traveling and you get stranded, do not leave your vehicle. A question was asked if these roads get checked for abandoned vehicles. I assume sheriffs, deputies are on regular patrol, and of course snowplow drivers. I'm sure keep an eye out for that. I always slow down, check them out myself to see if they've been abandoned or not. It's always practice to put some type of ribbon or duct tape or something to, I guess, acknowledge the vehicle is clear. I carry some neon pink tape with me, duct tape and ribbon. 19-foot storm surge in Nova Scotia, Canada, getting reported in the comments there. Sure they're getting hit with this low pressure system, this winter storm. Jerry, I believe, is the winter storm's name. Jerri. This is a small town of Bagley. They have some interesting old elevators. Always wanted to photograph as a foreground with some storms, but just hasn't lined up that way yet. Negative 49 degrees Celsius. Wind chills there in Alberta, Canada. Expected tonight. You wish you lived in Iowa? If you love changing weather, this would be the state for you. Hey everyone, sorry for the jump scare there. I just wanted to share a little pro tip for storm chasing. If that's ever your inclination, whether it's winter or summer, and this is no way a sponsorship, but I like these Reese's dipped pretzels. They got some carbs, some protein, and they don't seem to melt in the hot summer. So anyway, just wanted to share that. And back to the snow. I'll slow down here. Visibility is greatly reduced. Yeah, I should probably start carrying a conversion chart with me for our non-US viewers. Luckily, I haven't encountered a lot of big drifts here recently, but visibility is getting worse. I'm sure the lesser highways and certainly the gravel roads are awfully terrible right now. Winds seem to be a little more northerly now as opposed to westerly when we left Des Moines. Winds are basically expected to be gusting up to 40 miles per hour. This looks like the car is abandoned. Probably something that happened this morning. There wasn't any fresh snow behind the vehicle. In case you're just tuning in, we are on Highway 141 going west here in west central Iowa. We are approaching Bayard, Iowa, small town. They have a little convenience store I may stop at and use the restroom. Looks like we got another DOT plow ahead of us. Which I am not comfortable passing with this visibility, so we'll just hang tight as Bayard isn't too far away. This morning I saw that I-80 was closed from Tiffin to Oxford, Iowa. Looks like he's gonna have me pass. It's very nice of them. Be absolutely sure I had some visibility there. I had the general intention to be out here on 141 and Highway 44 because 141, which I'm on, was noted as impassable earlier, which you can right now kind of see why that might have been. But yeah, I'm sort of winging it, I suppose. I will have to be making my way back to Des Moines just because we have dinner plans tonight for my birthday. So, hey, we just hit 1,000 viewers. Welcome, everyone. name is Clarence Smith, native Iowan storm chaser of 20 plus years. Out here bringing this ground blizzard, to those watching safely at home. Man, I'd hate to be a semi-truck driver. No, unfortunately they are closed. So, I think. Oh, they're closing at 7 p.m. tonight, so. We'll give some shout outs to a local convenience store chain affiliated with Sinclair, known as Sparky's. So if you all will just hang tight, we'll get back on the road and make our way back to Des Moines. Gonna have to decide if I want to go back the same route or go north and then take Highway 30 back. So we shall see. All right, thanks for hanging there. advertising for Iowa's beer of choice, Busch Light. Busch Lattes. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but as I'm chasing, if I stop somewhere and use the restroom, unless it's a big corporation, I always make sure to buy something, help support them. Which I have to say, the Sparky's here in Bayard, Iowa, had a very nice restroom. Some birds trying to fly in the headwind here, struggling. So we are now north on Highway 25. We'll see how this looks, which right now is not promising. I think that is a bad idea. Highway 25 north of Bayard is shut, in my opinion. I can't believe that semi-trailer came through it that we just saw a few minutes ago. So I do not want to risk it. Sorry if that is not as entertaining for you folks. Hello, Monterrey, Mexico. You might hear a little bit of a strange sound there. That's my tire hitting the ice that's collected there under the wheel well. Hopefully one of those plows goes north, clears that highway. Some of this snow is probably the result of that plow. Hello from San Diego. It's a very nice place to be. Went there for a wedding once. Had one of my best friends that lived there for a while, where he met his wife. The wedding was on La Jolla Cove. They're at the University of California campus. We happened to be there during an unusual heat wave, and the hotel was not equipped with air conditioning. Apparently you never need it. Except the time we were there, and my wife was not a happy camper. And they didn't have enough box fans to go around, so I personally like any chance to sleep with the windows open and have some fresh air, but just how I had to grow up. Another viewer from SoCal. I actually have a number of friends. Before you guys get concerned, that car I looked at a little while ago, it was abandoned. Yeah, this section of the state is by far the best I've seen, the worst I've seen, sorry, the last couple of days. Both in terms of visibility and drifting. You know, I am in a Ford F-150 with four-wheel drive, and just new for this year, I did invest in some winter tires, and they have definitely made a difference. However, I will note today I've noticed, I'm just going to slow down here at the intersection a little bit. Yeah, those roads, these north-south roads are looking terrible. As I was saying, I've noticed with the extra cold temperatures today, the softness of the rubber is kind of losing its effect a little bit. Still better than all-season tires, but they were slipping just a little bit at some stoplights today. And part of the reason I maybe didn't cover snow before this is, for years I had a Camry and a Corolla, front-wheel drive sedans, and they were pretty adequate for storm chasing. There were definitely roads that I could not go on, but being about 50% more efficient than what I'm driving now, I do miss the efficiency. Speaking of fuel, you might be wondering why I didn't fill up back there. This truck has an extended fuel tank of 36 gallons, which under normal conditions will get me about 600 miles. And I noticed yesterday, for the 4 hours I was driving, only used about a quarter tank, and I think a lot of it was owed to slowing down, because it is common knowledge that the faster you go on the highway, the less efficient your fuel economy is. So I think the colder air helps with the twin turbo intakes that this engine has. More dense air, better combustion. That's my understanding of it, though. My dad was a mechanic, but he didn't really impart a whole lot of knowledge on me when it came to that, so. Well, I am heading back to Des Moines. I am certainly not going to be out after dark, and I'm at least going down a path that I came, so I have a good idea of what to expect. We're going to have Texas Roadhouse tonight if they're open. It's my wife's treat for my birthday, and I'm going to splurge and maybe get the 16 instead of the 10 or 12 ounce ribeye I usually get. There's that old rustic elevator I mentioned. I'd like to get a photograph with the storm at some point. Friendly wave from our plow operator there. If you know any, make sure to thank them. My uncle was a garbage truck driver and snowplow driver for the city of Waverly for many years. It's a tough job. It's a bit nerve-wracking. You know, my mom always told me a story that he never really wanted to mention, but as a warning for me, when I was young and out playing in snowbanks, to not play near the road, because had a kid not just popped his head up, he would have probably more than likely killed a child playing in some snow at the end of the road. So he had a very close call. He has since long retired and moved closer to their kids in New Mexico, where they get some mountain snow there in Albuquerque, but nothing like this. Question from the chat: how far do people have to go to get groceries in this part of the state anyway? It kind of depends. The essentials are usually available at convenience stores, which Iowa is the capital of convenience stores. My word, we have a lot. We're headquartered for Casey's General Stores, and used to be headquartered for Come and Go in Des Moines, but they've been bought out by, I believe, a Utah company called Mavericks, which they just announced they will be rebranding. So go out and get your Come and Go merchandise before it sells out. I'll be honest, I looked for a hooded sweatshirt yesterday, but a 2X and they only had a 1X, so I'll have to check some other stores. Casey's Pizza is indeed the best. Both breakfast and lunch and dinner. If you're not from Iowa, you might think it's crazy that a convenience store has good pizza, but Casey's is quite good. And I think I heard they are, by the number of pizzas made, the fourth biggest in the country, behind like Domino's and Pizza Hut and Papa John's. So they do a lot of business with their pizza. It's one of the unofficial storm chasing foods. I'm not the only one. Most storm chasers are all about it. And I've never been to one, but people seem to really like Allsups and their burritos, which I think is a Southwest thing. So, but to answer the earlier question, I would say a full-fledged grocery store in remote parts of Iowa. I think the farthest anyone would drive would be 45 minutes to an hour. You can usually get the essentials probably within 25 minutes. And again, this is under normal conditions. And assuming that those stores are even open when you have days like today. There's a big old drift. I don't know if you can see the snow getting pushed up out from under the fender there. So I think most folks know enough to stock up, and everyone here has a deep freeze where meat is kept for a long term. So as long as you have power and the means to generate power, you're probably good for a couple weeks. I think the only thing that would go bad for people is milk. Unless you got your own cows. Dairy cows, that is. Which in Iowa there aren't a whole lot of dairy operations, especially this part of the state. It's more northeast Iowa, closer to Wisconsin. In addition to being a mechanic for a long time, and when my dad moved to the United States from Australia, he was actually a breeder for the American Breeder Service. He had the job of AI technician, which I find very funny these days, given most people understand AI as artificial intelligence instead of artificial insemination. But yeah, he'd go out and drive in conditions like this, probably against my mom's wishes. He was up 5:30 every morning, and the weather was very important to him. I think maybe that's why I got on my interest with weather, because whenever it would come on TV, you had better be quiet. That was the one time he would just get mad at me, as if I talked during the weather. So maybe that's where it all came from. I don't know, but and he did not have the luxury of four-wheel drive. He drove a pickup two-wheel drive, and pretty sure he just put bags of sand in the bed and hope for the best. And a lot of his work took him out off the highway, a lot of gravel roads. I went on a few calls with him. It was a bit of a shock seeing him put on those arm-length plastic gloves, and well, I won't say what he actually did with it. You can just take a guess yourself. but conditions are not looking great. This is the same road we drove on not 30 minutes ago. As you can see, those vehicles just appear out of nowhere, just 50 feet in front of you. Yeah, my dad was a very capable guy. He was actually very intelligent, good problem solver. He was also good with woodworking. His mechanic work was primarily on agricultural machines. And then he did small engine repair. He had me pretty late in life. I think he was 51 when I was born. He was actually born during the Great Depression and grew up in the Australian countryside. Didn't have a whole lot of money, and he only attended school through 7th grade. And I think he started smoking around the same time. So he grew up in a different world than I did. But when I was in elementary school, he went back and got his GED, and he got 2 degrees, one in ag mechanics and the other in small engine repair. Even though he pretty much knew all the stuff anyway, that he of course needed to have a degree to get a job. So I actually found a certificate of him being certified to work on Massey Ferguson tractors in Australia from 1954. So when he was about 21. Go to it's hello from Germany. I was waiting for someone from Deutschland. Speaking of my dad being from Australia, my mom's grandparents immigrated here from Germany. In fact, her grandma lived in their family farm until she passed and only spoke German. In case you're just tuning in, we are on 141 going back east. We're about 30 to 40 minutes out from Des Moines. In the last hour, conditions have definitely deteriorated. The wind's picking up. We should be in that period now through 6 o'clock of peak wind gust up to 40 miles per hour, causing blowing and drifting snow. This highway has been somewhat kept up with several snow plows. Earlier, attempted to go north on Highway 25, and it was blown shut. The drifts were deep enough that I did not feel comfortable, even in my vehicle, to attempt, because it is quite a long ways to get to the next highway. So Decided to go back the path we came. And even in that short amount of time, things are a little bit worse. I think DOT would be wise to keep much of these areas under travel not to be advised, especially overnight. That would be definitely not a safe thing to attempt. Winds probably won't die down much really until Sunday. Wind chills are going to be bad through Monday, and really we aren't going to warm up, I think, until Wednesday. We'll get a high of 21 degrees. But yeah, the worst cold's actually going to be starting tonight and through Monday. Wind chills are going to be negative 45 at the lowest, but generally probably in the negative 20s, negative 30s. In fact, temperatures, I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night or both, in Des Moines are supposed to get down to negative 17. That's just the temperature, so we burning a whole lot of natural gas. Appreciate all of you hanging around. We're still riding north of 800 viewers. Have been for quite a while. Briefly topped 1,000 there before I stopped for the restroom. I do appreciate your likes, and if you're interested in severe weather in the Midwest and the Plains, consider hitting that subscribe button. Especially if you want to be notified when I'm out covering this winter weather. I probably won't be out just for any winter weather. It's only the substantial ones that I find it worth the risk. If you are so inclined, we have super chats and super thanks. If you care to make any donation. This is not my full-time job. I wish it were, but I just enjoy bringing my love of weather to folks around the world. Hello, Brent. Comment saying that a viewer's dad commented from John Deere in Waterloo. I actually was a contractor there for a while. Got to work in the IT side of things. One of my best friends still works for Deere and Moline in their IT department. Works on software development. But it was pretty cool getting to see all the production facilities, and I think my favorite was Taco, or the tractor and cab assembly plant. There's the foundry where they make the glass and the steel, and engine works. That's pretty cool. Deere makes engines not only for their equipment but for buses, school buses, that type of purpose. Diesel engines. Well, thank you. Check me out. Clever name for the $5. I appreciate it. I know you've been on the stream for a while, chatting with folks. Mo Beta, thank you for the $5. You know, YouTube's kind of interesting. They have a threshold before you could actually withdraw any money from your either your ad revenue, your AdSense, or donations such as these. So last year I didn't quite hit that threshold. So this helps get me a little closer. Hello, UK. Always appreciate having our friends over in Europe on. Haven't seen a lot from the southern hemisphere today. Maybe I've missed them, but usually we get some viewers from Brazil. I have family in Australia. Sometimes they get on, although I suppose it's nighttime there, so that makes sense. They're about 16 hours ahead of us. That light there. Italy. Welcome. Don't get too many folks from there. In case you're wondering, I know we got a lot of people coming and going. We're on 141, Highway 141 going east, just through Perry, Iowa right now, which unfortunately made national news for a school shooting at the combined high school, middle school. There's an Australian viewer from Adelaide. My family primarily lives in or around Melbourne. Apollo Bay. Here in the South Coast. Welcome from Pittsburgh. I don't know if you're a Steelers fan. My wife didn't really care much for sports until a couple years ago. She had a whole lot of fun doing the Final Four bracket for college basketball, and the next football season decided she's going to pick an NFL team, and she recently coincidentally kind of had an affinity for buffalo, bison, you know, the actual animal. So she settled on the Buffalo Bills as her team, so she is all about them now. She's a bigger football fan than me. fellow Des Moinean watching the stream here. At this very moment, the wind has kind of died down at our current location, just east of Perry. Yeah, Chicago Bears are my my football team, but given our proximity to Kansas City, I do root on the Chiefs. Like a viewer from Hawaii. Very contrasting conditions to Iowa at the moment. All right, we are southbound now, getting on 169. We'll head on down to Adel. We're going east again into Waukee and Des Moines. As I mentioned, these north-south roads seem to be worse. Winds right now seem to be out of the northwest. Here's that huge drift I saw earlier. Between the plowing and the wind blowing, it is nearly as tall as the truck. Sorry for my little snacking and munching here, just keeping the energy up. We're only an hour and a half from sunset, so I hope nobody is outside of town, especially. And if you are, don't be a macho man or macho woman, and make sure your skin is covered up and not exposed to these wind chills. I know I was young once, but never once was I interested in going out in the winter in shorts and, a hoodie. Got some woolly sheep out in the field. They seem unfazed. Probably warmer than I am. I attended the University of Iowa, and it boggled me. Just the girls didn't want to carry a coat with them, so they'd walk multiple blocks in this weather in their going out outfits. Maybe at best they'd wear a light jacket, like a North Face jacket, since they were all the rage back then, but just exposed legs and no hat or anything. Just see my lane's getting pretty well drifted there. Let's take a look at the ditches here. They're and even higher than the road. Basically having to drive in the opposing lane here in this section. Definitely not taking my eyes off the road right now, so apologize for any missed questions. Be a broken record, but appreciate all the likes. Helps get this stream in front of more people, more like-minded individuals, and consider a subscription if you enjoy content like this or other severe weather coverage. Even if you enjoy photography, I'm going to be spending more time with that in 2024. Passing back through the town of Minburn. on Highway 169 going south. We are to the northwest of Des Moines. Yeah, thanks for everyone for joining. This has been probably my biggest stream since our last blizzard and just before Christmas 2022. I think we peaked just over 1,000 concurrent viewers. Total views will probably be pretty high. You can see the Galloping Gurney telephone wire here on your left. I cannot currently see the sun at all. Earlier in the first half of the stream it was there, but it was so shrouded you could actually look at it with the naked eye. But it's getting to the point where it'd be pretty low on the horizon. Not on the horizon, but above the horizon, but you know what I mean. Drifts are really knocking the camera around. It's kind of like hitting potholes. It's probably not good for the suspension. Those were some thick ones. I did not want to get those head on. Keep in mind I'm making this look semi-easy on the stream, but those are some very deep drifts. I have 20-inch wheels, snow tires, so it helps, but yeah, those drifts are crusty. Each one's grown just a little bit by little bit. Very well structured and compact, and throw in some topsoil, and it's not like you're skiing on powder. In case you're just joining, we've been covering this ground blizzard. Snowfall has stopped for our area in central Iowa. It's probably still snowing in eastern Iowa, but pretty light amounts. Des Moines for the whole week has had 22 inches of snow. This coming off a long period of no snow. I think just before Thanksgiving we had an inch or two. And otherwise it's been a pretty balmy December. We had rain for Christmas. And really today's weather is dominated by the wind, both for the blowing and drifting snow, but also wind chills, which are only going to get worse from here, as low as a negative 35 to 45 for a good part of the state. And I'm sure other states are not going to fare a whole lot better. I'm going to have my alignment checked. I'm gonna tilt the camera a little bit here. I know it's gonna show the mounts. There's the sun I've been talking about today. Since there's no one in any direction, I'm just going to stop here and let you guys see this drifting snow. Hey, Mark, formerly of Iowa. Thanks for watching. You get to experience what it's like back home. Comment about roads looking pretty clean. It's really hit or miss. You know, the wind does help in areas that essentially helps keep the road clean. But then you have these areas where one lane could be completely drifted over with, 1 to 3 foot drifts. And we're on a somewhat normally well-traveled road. It's getting the attention. Secondary roads and gravel roads especially are terrible. Halfway through the stream, we stopped at Bayard, and going north on Highway 25, I turned around. It did not look safe or passable. Essentially completely shut. So it just kind of depends. If you look at Iowa DOT road conditions, some highways Full-blown highways are considered impassable, and travel is not advised for a good part of the state. So if you live around here, best just to stay home, stay in town. So slow down. There's no one around, so we'll stop here for a second. There's a gravel road you can see down, and that's just at the end of the road. Get to see what it's like away from this farm. I would put winds right now out of the northwest, sometimes more west. It's kind of variable, perhaps. I haven't seen a flag in a little while to get a true sense. I'm just looking at what the ground is telling me. I'm a little more of a naturalist when it comes to storm chasing, partly because that's how I had to be when I started out. Didn't have a whole lot of information digitally at my fingertips like a lot of chasers do nowadays. So that is a large plow, folks. This is as big as you're going to see. The thing is taller than the truck. That's how you clear those gravel roads. And they're 6-foot drifts. It's on the front of a grader. I'm a good ways away from Sioux City. If you went by the interstate on a normal day, it would probably be about 3 hours. And they are under a blizzard warning as well. All right, here's some flags. Northwest. So we're coming into Adel, Iowa. We are south on Highway 169. I'm not hearing or feeling the wind as bad as we were experiencing back to the west. But it doesn't mean it's not a bad situation out here. tight quarters here in town. It's hard to find a place for all the snow. Adele's Courthouse there on the right. There's a Come and Go I mentioned earlier is being rebranded to Mavericks for the line of convenience stores that bought them out. So yes, I will be going east now towards Waukee, western suburb of Des Moines. Temperature's -7, so not a lot of change from when the stream started out here in the countryside. You'll probably drop another 10 degrees here overnight. So we have a 4-lane road here, Highway 6 going into the Des Moines Metro. I expect this to be pretty clear. So I'm going to switch back down to just the rear wheel drive. Hey, thanks for watching and have a good time at work. Hey, you're welcome. I hope folks get some value from this, whether it be informational or entertainment or just the scenic value. That's right. We've gotten, the Des Moines airport has said 22 plus inches here this week. So winter has struck back with a vengeance. So I personally enjoy the snow up until about now. I like it, and basically from Thanksgiving through my birthday, and after that I'm usually pretty much done with it. But as I've gotten older, I don't mind it quite as much. Yeah, not a lot of hills where we were. You get a little more up in far northeast Iowa and western Iowa, but we are in a flat part of the state. I'm roughly 30 minutes from home here, so be arriving right on time. I had intended to get back at 5, so barring any incidents between here and there, should be good. Get a bloomin' onion tonight. You know, I do like them. I like onion rings, but I absolutely loved Texas Roadhouse seasoned rice. I almost love it more than the steak. Sure, it gives me terrible breath, but man, just love it. It's the combination with the baked potato and sour cream, and I order my steak medium rare. As long as they're open, should be a nice treat. Oh, and of course the rolls. Can't forget the rolls. It's probably the only reason my wife puts up with it. Rolls in the cinnamon butter. If you've ever had it, if you've never had it, if you have one around, I would check them out. And Texas Roadhouse isn't from Texas, by the way. I think it's from Ohio. Which I always find quite hilarious. But good food, good service. And the one thing I'm a little worried about, if it's your birthday, they come and they sing to you and they make you sit on a saddle. I've had it done to me once, and I really hope my wife doesn't say anything. So this is Waukee, which over the last decade has been one of the fastest growing cities in the entire nation. They've built a second high school, some other school buildings. I thought I even heard maybe a third high school. So, kind of crazy. Live stream me on the saddle? No. Yeah, I have had my wife fill in for me. This is my back sore. I don't think that'll work. Yeah, I'm glad I get to showcase, if not showcase, at least give a glimpse of some of these small Iowa. I've actually had a thought for a year now of going around and photographing small towns in the state and putting it on my Instagram. I don't know. My time gets used up with storm chasing pretty easily, so I don't know. Maybe that's something for future Clarence. I don't personally ride a bike much, really at all anymore. Absolutely loved it when I was younger. And I don't know, just living in a big city just kind of took the fun out of it for me. So more for going on a hike or fishing or, of course, out driving. It's not really very good for you, but maybe what I should do is we have 99 counties. Maybe do the county seat courthouse for each one. Although some counties don't really have much of a interesting architectural courthouse like we saw with Adele back there. Sometimes they're just a nondescript brick building, but not a lot of businesses open today, for good reason. Yeah, it is funny how places in like Alaska and Canada can get warmer. As we get colder, it's almost as though the cold just kind of gets emptied out. You know, the cold air masses that form over land, they just keep building and building until they burst and they come charging in the lower latitudes. Same thing can happen with warm air in the desert Southwest, it just kind of sets and festers and gets bottled up until there's a release and surges over the plains and into the Midwest. And it's those big changes that gives us this severe weather. You know, we think of the worst storms happening during the spring and summertime with tornadoes and severe weather, derechos and whatnot, but the actual storm systems, the low pressures, are way stronger in the winter. We just lack the convective availability, I guess you could say, in the winter with the warm, moist air and the sun to really take advantage of that energy in the larger storm system. Because if we had the type of low pressures like we're seeing this week come through in the summer, those would just be some absolutely intense rainfalls and thunderstorms, and if the conditions line up just right, tornadoes. So, but instead we get these large cyclonic disturbances that just bring widespread chaos and disruption. Just lacking in the micro scale impacts, such as with tornadoes. No, very few people actually have snow tires. I didn't have them until this season. I decided to invest in them. I think most people just assume all weather means all weather. But I can tell you what I've learned in this last week, it makes a huge difference. So I would say places Des Moines and north, probably worth it. And it only cost me a discount tire $30 to switch them out at the end of the season. So I always thought I'd get the big grappler, big lug, deep tread mud tires, and that's what would get you through anything in the winter. But through my research, those are actually worse. There's less surface contact with the road, and the way snow tires are designed, it's a softer rubber, just kind of is grippier, and the tread's designed in a way to push the snow out instead of getting locked in the grooves of the tire. And that's very true, because when I've gotten out and looked at my tires, they're really like pitch black despite driving through, my snow-packed street. And it might be a little bit of money up front. Mine were altogether $1,300. Of course, they're a larger tire, 20-inch. And I got Michelin's, the X Pro Ice or X Ice, something like that. But you have to also think that you're essentially just running on another set of tires. So it's going to be a longer period yet before I have to replace my tires for the other 3 seasons. And based on how much I drive in the winter, these winter tires might last me pretty close to the life of the vehicle. So I figure if it reduces my chance of not being able to stop and running into somebody, it's a no-brainer. So this truck is kind of hard to stop in certain situations. I encountered that the last 2 winters that I had it. Luckily, didn't hit anyone, but I very easily could have. Where's the road here? People are kind of over. Not a sponsor, not a promotion by any means, but I've had excellent service and I feel good pricing at Discount Tire. And if you happen to get a flat, as long as it's not in the sidewall, they'll patch it for free and they'll rotate. I think they do free rotation. So very confused by these lines on the road here. We had a solid white line and then broken lines very close together there. Anyway. Also, make sure you have pretty good wipers. I tend to switch mine out right at the beginning of storm season in the spring. Usually end of March, early April. So by the time winter comes around, they're a little worn, but I do replace them every year. I have, for a couple years now, opted for the Bosch Icon wipers. Wow, thanks for the $20. That's very generous. Thank you very much. I apologize if you had a question or a chat there and I missed it. I was trying to figure out my lanes here. But that will definitely help pay for gas today. You know, I've been chasing over 20 years and I've never sold any footage. I've always felt strange about selling video because a lot of times the video that's in demand is of destruction of property, and just always kind of felt a little off-put about doing that. So I've never actually come close to turning any kind of profit while storm chasing, and given the investment of gas and, well, just gas alone, I will never recoup all those expenses over the years. But my goal with YouTube was to at least get to a point where YouTube is paying AdSense revenue to cover my gas throughout the season. So With that said, consider, if you've been on the stream, giving this video a like. That way next time I'm on, Google will suggest it to like-minded individuals. And if you enjoy this content, consider subscribing. Winter is a focus for live streams. I don't feel there's a lot of residual value to it as there is with tornadoes. That's why tornadoes I focus on edited content. Plus, where my travels take me, cell service is often very spotty and unreliable and just ends up being a distraction. So I don't really live stream severe weather, warm weather, but I can be out and covering blizzards and stay in areas that do have adequate cell service. So my channel's kind of a mix of two worlds, live and edited content. We're back into the heart of the metro and the suburbs. Kind of the corner of Clive and Windsor Heights and Urbandale. Time, in case anyone's watching this after the live stream, is 4:14 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're 206 minutes in. We're looking at Urbandale, Windsor Heights area, and it is -6 degrees. See, maybe you can, I'm not sure. The sun is definitely getting low in the sky. It's reflecting in the clouds a little bit, giving some different hues. So we've made it back all right in time. It's definitely less windy here in the city than when I left. Like a general fog in the area when we first came through here. Close to, what time did we leave? What, 1 o'clock? So 3 hours ago. Yes, thank you for the birthday wishes. In case some of you are just getting on, today also happens to be my birthday. I'm going to tell you how old I am, but slightly morbid comment, but I heard it once that eventually your tomorrows get fewer than your yesterdays. So we're fast approaching that point. A little sad though, my favorite cupcake place is closed. Closed back in the fall. Scratch Cupcakery over in West Des Moines. It's no longer. So probably have to settle for some Hy-Vee grocery store sheet cake, which I do enjoy. Not complaining, but those wedding day cupcakes from Scratch were quite delicious. You can see some of the intersections are still a little tricky to navigate. Just have to be patient with others and yourself. Give plenty of distance. Give yourself extra time to get to where you're going. Dress appropriately. If you had to get out and push or do something like that, you don't want to do it in sweatpants and a hoodie. Not days like today. Yeah, I'm more of a tea drinker than a coffee drinker. I prefer iced tea, but coffee's never really been my thing. Although, I have to say I did not mind a iced coffee from Dunkin' Donuts. I'd ordered an iced tea and they gave me an iced coffee one time, and it seemed rather potent caffeine wise, so I didn't drink a lot of it, but it was acceptable, we'll put it that way. It could probably be habit forming if I let it be. My real poison is Pepsi. And it's definitely not good for you, but that's what I drink every day. And while storm chasing. Well, we have over 900 likes. Thank you all very much. If you haven't yet, consider hitting that like button. And just so you don't miss out on another stream, consider subscribing. We're back in Des Moines proper now, northwest part of town. As you can see, the winds have coated the roads that have been plowed. Just a little bit of powder, but certainly manageable, at least on these more commonly traveled roadways. Take you somewhere that hasn't been cleared. It's been driven on a lot, but not plowed. Are these folks stuck? Need any help?
Yeah, I cannot get anywhere.
Okay.
Hold on, all right. I had somebody like with their smaller truck earlier try to like pull me, but the tow strap ended up breaking.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, so it's like my sister was on the phone. It's like I just need somebody to either pull me to the end of the street or like push me from behind to the end of the street.
Okay.
Like something. I don't know how else to get unstuck. I've called everybody that I know at this point.
Can you go backwards?
Huh?
Can you go backwards at all? Oh. Let's see if we can help here at all. Just don't drive. can. Alright. Plan is we're going to try some traction boards with him and see if we can get him some momentum. Oops. You guys can see it all, but yeah, not really. Whew. Oh. Whew. It's cold out, and I'm out of shape for pushing a car uphill. Whew. There's a mom and daughter trying to get the daughter to work, and the street 24 hours after a storm still has not been plowed. It's difficult even for this truck in spots, and that little front wheel sedan was having a bit of trouble. And they kept digging down until they'd hit ice that's been compacted down at the surface. So I tried pushing, tried scooping out with my foot, behind and front, tried going backwards, forwards. Traction boards were too steep to get onto and get traction. So we pulled out the old trick of using the floor mats, which even that was a hard time getting going, but with a little bit of driver education and getting her into low gear, once they did get going and had some momentum, they were able to make it up the rest of the street and to a better road. So but I apologize for trying to catch my breath here. We also had a neighbor come down and help me push, so a bit of a team effort. So, a little advice: if you are in a two-wheel drive vehicle, or even four-wheel, if you have the option for dropping it down into, sometimes it's labeled L or first or second gear, that will help in winter driving. It slows the, I'm not a mechanic, so forgive me, but slows the transfer of energy to the wheels and allows for a little bit more engine braking at those intersections and less reliance on your brakes, less likely to slip. And right on time, there's the snowplow. All right. Oh, wow. Thank you guys for those donations. That is completely unnecessary. But thank you. That's a lot. Thank you very much. I purposely carry equipment with me in case I'm getting stuck in mud or snow, whatever. Never actually had to use it for my. Up by Jewel, Iowa, we helped an elderly couple that were out in conditions very similar to today, driving over an hour for a doctor's appointment, which still don't believe that the medical center didn't advise them to reschedule, being they were driving in a blizzard. But they ended up in the ditch and through coordination, got them to the nearest town, and the sheriffs are going to take care of them from there. So some people question why I go out, and it's not to seek out to help other people, but that's sort of the code of storm chasing is, if we're talking a tornado, if a building, a farm is hit, that's where the chase ends, and you go into, as you are comfortable and competent with, search and rescue. And in cases like today, it might just be helping someone get unstuck. So that's what we do. And watch me get stuck here. That was a little bit of a rough entry. All right, folks, I think this is where we're going to end it. As I mentioned, we got a dinner to make. I really appreciate all of you watching, liking, and subscribing. And overall, just hanging out with me. Love all the comments and hearing from all of you. And again, unnecessary, but I certainly appreciate the contributions there. So until the next storm, I think we'll call it quits on this one. Safe travels, stay home, stay warm. If you must go, please be prepared. And you all have a good night. Thank you.